how we sleep with. Hello! How y'all doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope your day's been good to you so far. It's Friday. And we get what's a what's a charming, relevant thing we can say on a Friday? Uh fuck yeah for Friday? Sure, let's say that's a thing. Let's say that's the thing everyone says. Thank you, Sandwich, for the 27-month resub.
How big do these numbers get?
Oh, they get as big as you want, I suppose. Thank you for the resub. TGIF? No, no, no. I'm not sponsored by them, so I don't want to say their name unless they're gonna pay me. Uh, I got bills to pay. I'm not gonna speak the name of a brand unless they're gonna give me rent. If you can believe it, it's a Friday once again. I hope it has been a good Friday. It's been remarkably fucking good for me, for a lot of reasons. Some of which is, about people I care about. Some of which is about, work on, like, some project with friends going well. Things like that. And also, it's just a pleasant day today. It's just a really nice day today. It's warm, but it's not like miserably hot like it's been. It was cloudy for a little bit, and that cleared up. I went for a nice walk. I saw lots of flowers. I saw some pretty bugs and birds and stuff. Thank you, Inverted Arrow, for the tip.
Bees?
Oh, not today, but I appreciate the tip. Fucking Streamlabs is working now. It's working again. I went live yesterday in the morning, and like I first woke up and I was like, man, I don't feel so good. I'm not sure if I should end up streaming today. And then I made sure I fucking ate food and showered and sat in the sun for a while. Then I was like, oh, all right, well, I feel normal, so let's go stream. And then in the middle of Streamlabs, the thing that I use to make money, broke on their back end so that I couldn't get money if people wanted to tip me. But people did, sub, and that was appreciated. And so I was like, man, that's unfortunate. Well, at least I didn't want to stream for too long today, so, let's wrap up the stream. I wrap up the stream, I close OBS, literally, like, milliseconds after I do that, I look out my window, a massive fucking thundercrack happens and shakes the house, and, like, a tornado warning happens in my area. So I think perhaps it was a sign about yesterday being kind of a weird one. But today has been much better in a lot of ways, and I'm very happy about that. So that's very cool, very cool. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stream today, just because I'm streaming a lot tomorrow. The plan for tomorrow is I'm going to be streaming a lot, because I just have the sudden urge to do a really, really long stream, or like, 2 streams in one day kind of thing. So I can't go to bed like too late. So I'm gonna probably get in at least 3 hours tonight. A Citizen Sleeper. Thank you, Inverted Arrow, for the tip.
I like my women like I like my coffee, covered in bees.
I think we have very different opinions about women and bees, but, that's the beauty of being alive with other people, isn't it? Thank you for the tip, much appreciated. So, a couple hours of that, of Citizen Sleeper tonight, which I'm very excited about. We literally only did, like, what, 2 fucking hours last week? And it was like the juiciest possible 2 hours it could have been, the densest possible 2 hours we could have had for that game. So I'm excited for more of that tonight, and longer of that tonight. And then, tomorrow. Also tonight, I don't know if it was announced yet, but I might be hanging out in a friend's stream tonight. You'll see if you see, and you won't if you don't. Game updated with late game content today. It updated with it yesterday, I think. But also, I read about, like, how you do it. It's in an area that we haven't even unlocked yet, so we probably aren't getting to that today. And also, it's late game content, so, like, it might be a little bit before I even start it. But it's cool that they're adding new stuff. I'm excited to see, like, how that unfolds over the next couple months, I think was their plan. That's cool. That's cool. Anyways, tomorrow, sometime in the morning, for a couple hours, we're gonna do some Monster Hunter, because I think that would be fun. And I put up a poll on Twitter, and folks said they wanted 2 streams of 2 different things. So tomorrow in the morning till the afternoon, we're gonna do some Monster Hunter. That's gonna be a good time. And then in the evening, to wind down, we're gonna do a bunch of Hard Space Shipbreaker. So that's gonna be... It's gonna be a fun day for streaming tomorrow. I'm excited for that. Very, very much looking forward to it. And then Sunday, if I still have the energy, I'll do Cloud Gardens or something, but we'll see. That's the plan for streams for the rest of the week. Also, emotes. I have new emotes. Duke, just unprompted, out of nowhere, was like, hey, I have something for you, and sent me a zip file that was like, you know, totally safe, not a virus.zip, which Discord did give me a warning about. And it was just a bunch of emotes that he had done, which I'm very, very happy about. They are fucking adorable, and I cannot stop marveling at them. They're real good. I'm a big fan of them, so thank you again to Duke, you know, for being the best in general, but also, you know, for the real fun new emotes. I am also a fan of that Combo Ramirez. It's a good one. And hey, speaking of emotes, if you want to get your hands on those emotes, wink wink nudge nudge, you can always subscribe to the channel. That's a reoccurring monthly fee that gets you some fun little emotes, like these new ones that you can use here and all across Twitch, and also on Discord if you link your Twitch and Discord accounts and join my server. Did I mention I have a Discord server, by the way? There's this weird thing that keeps happening where I see, like, talk of the Discord come up in other places, and people don't realize that it's, like, you know, actually a server you can use and not just for stream announcements, but hey, it's there! Thank you! Hang on. Why is it doing this individually? That's scary. Well, I guess that broke. Thank you, Rosa Rosso, for the 5 gift subs. That's very, very generous of you. I appreciate it. You can also give out gift subs to other people. Like that. You can give bits. That's just extra money that gets added to my Twitch payout every month. Or you can tip directly through Streamlabs and PayPal. And that goes to my wallet right away, and I get a bigger cut of the money. Any and all financial support is always greatly appreciated. Never mandatory. There's no pressure to. Don't ever feel like you have to in order to, you know, like, enjoy the streams or be a part of the community or anything like that. You gotta look out for yourself, you know, first and foremost. So no worries, no pressure. But, you know, this is my job, and this is my main source of income at the moment, and the very generous support of viewers like you is why I'm able to do this, you know, as often as I do, as well as other creative endeavors that I engage with. I don't know why it's giving the gift alert now separate from fucking weird, whatever. But thank you again for the gift subs, much appreciated. So any and all financial support is always greatly appreciated. It's because of the very generous support of viewers like you that we're able to keep the show running. So thank you all so much for that. Other ways you can support the stream, you know, you can always share posts on social media. You can always tell a friend. If there's a clip of a moment you can enjoy, you can take that and share that around, things like that. Word of mouth is always real valuable in that regard. And of course, you know, if you've got the time and you like what's going on, tuning on in, having a good time, that's support in its own way, isn't it? So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. Thank you, Aurora Palace, for the 7-month resub.
And we are having a fungus dinner tonight, okay?
We sure fucking are. Hell yeah. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Much appreciated. I think that's all the preamble stuff out of the way. I talked about the rest of the week stream-wise. I talked about the new emotes. I did the spiel about I need money to live. What else? Oh yeah, you know, follow the rules. Refresh on the rules if you haven't seen them in a while. Streams are intended for mature audiences. Don't be rude. Don't be weird, and if you have to be weird, at least make it the good kind of weird. Thank you, Shannon B, for the 26 months. Much appreciated. You know,
subscribing and supporting.
Hey, hell yeah. No backseating. If I want help, I'll ask for it, but if I'm not asking for it, please just let me try and figure stuff out on my own. Please try and stay on topic. Please don't just post, like, massive unrelated paragraphs. If you want to talk about other stuff, there's always the Discord for you. And don't post B-movie script because it's auto mod banned, so you can't do it. I think that's it. Let's get started. I have to stop the music. I have to stop the Mario music. Here we go. Hey, Queen Grimlock, you know, if you don't enjoy the game, you can just not tune in. Let me help. There you go. Thank you, Master Gur, for the raid. I hope you had a hell of a good time on the TF2 server. We're literally just about to start the game. I just finished doing all my intro stuff, so good timing. Hope all of y'all from Gur's stream had a real good time. What's gaming? What's fucking gaming? They do let you play TF2 now, that's true. Legally. Ooh, neat. There's a little pop-up about, the update. Which, again, we're probably not hitting today. It's for stuff I haven't gotten to yet in the game. But we'll get there someday, and that's exciting. Thank you, Lunar Soul 97 for the 10 months.
Your new emotes are very good.
I am very, very happy about them, yeah. Thank you for the 10 months, much appreciated. And hey, if you like him, go thank Duke. Duke's the one who made him. When we last left off, this encounter involving Sabine got unlocked, and so let's go see how they're doing. Let's go see if, like, things are good for them. 4 cycles, Sabine said. Here you are, right on time. With no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. Uh-oh. Immediately starting with the big uh-oh, huh? Let's, check the terminal? You check and double-check the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow. The silence. Check the door? You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Nothing to do but wait, I suppose. You try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. Another knock. Oh god. That's not Sabine. A flash, small, impossibly bright, cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Rabia. Loyal Yatagan Lieutenant. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Both of these are technically true. I think no matter what I say here, I'm kind of in trouble. No. This is not a cop. This is a gang enforcer. There is a difference. One at least has the pretense of, judicial followings. The pretense. What do I fucking say? Oh god. I don't know if my choice here will have consequences. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances up at you. And I suppose you are here to help. Something like that. Good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but can find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye. Which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for. So I thought I'd come down here and look at their little hidey hole, and here you are. The help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. S&ARP. Thank you, Astro Bowie fan, for the 7 months. Much appreciated. Uh-oh! Yeah, that's right! Ah! You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabia looks away, waiting for a response. She crosses into the next room, and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark. Then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see S&ARP letterheads and code forms. Reports, laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo, like the sigil of some cult. Rabia steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming. But they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an S&ARP employee, why did they help you? Rabia reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We'll, of course, keep up the supply. We're more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment, you have the urge to crush it for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Well, I probably could have figured that by trying to help out Sabine, you know, with their whole dealing with the fact that they're under Yatagan's thumb, that we'd probably get mixed up in some Yatagan business, huh? Kind of figures. But, it's 80 crypto now for a stabilizer. On the one hand, that's cheaper. On the other hand, that could have gone so much worse. But also, we have 2 cycles until our appointment. And I don't think this is an appointment we can really afford to miss. Well, that's the cliffhanger we ended on last time, so we kind of have to end our cycle here, huh? I do like her hacker baton, I'll be honest. That's some big fucking rolls! We, first and foremost, we need to deal with Killer. We need to deal with Killer. This is what we've been waiting for. It's back to the I-1 mainframe. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with Killer inside, but freeing Navigator. In theory. Let's see what we get. You bend one of the branches like a hazel twig, aligning the flow away from the mainframe and into another branch. What's our chances on this? I think I should probably just use the 6, honestly. Just to guarantee we're getting that up all the way. Get this sorted. Alright. Here we go. Continue. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop. And that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Maybe they can be saved. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to their own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directive for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak. And yet they kept cutting, until only those 3 threads remained from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this. Those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. I will not continue the violence. Their sentience should be respected, or they will suffer for it. I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from the central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it. But this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. This station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. That sounds like something of value. Something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision. A distant curve of something, like smoke or oil. A fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system is inside it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you, and we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher... They pause, and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked. But a moment later they reappear, with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. Oh! It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit, I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first, I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that, they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free, without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you've celebrated this victory. Holy shit. We got some fucking upgrade points here, don't we? Alright! I'm gonna take this interface one, and I'm gonna take +2. We are now Master Hacker. We now can skate freely through the data, as we please. And hey, maybe get double rewards if we do some more hacking. You'll love to see it. I think next I'm either going to save up to get rid of this -1, or I'm going to get the +2 for engineering. But hey, pretty good start to the day. Do y'all think Navigator can ballin'? That's their whole thing, is ballin'! It is what they do. Alright, and we've got this +2 here, so like, we can just burn this 2 to get like a 4 here instead. The stacked bays house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifests will help you get your head around this place. Let's see what we get. +1. It is overwhelming. But you start to piece together a picture of which bays serve which purposes, from repairs to refueling. Let's use this 4, why don't we? Get a big 6 out of it. There we go. You start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting the patterns and flows. There's something beautiful in the chaos. Hey, hell yeah. The Gimbal Lounge. Buy a space meal. The gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they do sell food. Fuck, that's really funny. Alright. It's pretty fucking good, actually. It is just a restaurant with a spinning gimmick. We need to try and start making money again soon. You've still got nothing that you're offering us right now. We can try and make some money. We've also, next cycle, we gotta deal with, our bounty hunter acquaintance, as it were. I could get some work done. I could finish the distillery. Let's do that. Tala comes to help you for a bit and chats to you about her plans for the Overlook. A second pair of hands makes the work go easier. Alright, let's go talk to Tala. Oh, I miss Tala. I love her. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this! She grins. The Overlook Distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you! How's sourcing ingredients? Tala smiles. I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on the Greenway. However, she pauses. There is an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girali the drink, as you... I don't remember if that was Girali or Girol or one of those. I think it's Girol. The drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol's infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol. But no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. We do have a couple, but we also need those for Emphas. However, I have an idea. She smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here! She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Totally sure. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap, and you are the perfect person to get me these spores. She nods rapidly. Oh, think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Oh, don't be so modest. She pats your shoulder. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. I'll think about it. No problem. Just maybe think about it on your way across Founder's Gap. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. God, I love her. She's fun. Alright, so we need spores specifically. So it's okay if we, don't give her these, because these are not for her. These are for something else. Alright. She's very nice, and she's very excited, and she's so full of energy, and I do love her. She is wonderful. Okay, Emphas, I need to get one more, and I'll get it soon. Because I gotta start making money is what I gotta start using my dice on now. Alright. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Alright. Next cycle. Here we come. You've got your nose beaten in, dude! What the fuck happened to you? You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. He's paler than usual. Hunched. He's sporting a black eye, and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend. Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big. Real big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual. On edge. You remember how SNR canceled the contract on you?
The contract I was gonna collect.
Seriously, Ethan?
Well, I'm guessing you were, pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything. But let's not worry about that.
I wonder how that could feel, losing everything. I wonder how that might feel, having everything taken away from you, worrying about your fucking day-to-day. I wonder what that would be like, Ethan! He smiles sarcastically.
And so what did you think? That was it?
I was just glad to be done with you.
Oh, the feeling was mutual. Except...
Ethan leaves a dramatic pause.
What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly.
He smiles darkly.
What a disastrous world that would be.
You're bluffing.
Sure. You could think that. But then you'll wake up, or not, with a bullet in your head one of these cycles. And if you could think, which you wouldn't be able to because of the bullet, you'd be thinking, oh, I wish I listened to Ethan.
He grins. He is a little bit like Honors X, isn't he? But, like, worse future. Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper.
I've been speaking to some friends, you see. Some colleagues about what went down. And turns out SNR canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. Seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job.
He leans in.
Apparently, he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. He was smuggling sleepers out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship up.
Ethan whistles.
They call him, Henwick or Maywick or something.
He gives up looking for the paper.
I forget.
You mean the winter light?
That's it.
He looks at you hard.
So you do know about all this.
He pats you on the shoulder.
Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you.
Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair.
Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection.
Wait for the pitch.
I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. Turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. They're the owners. And they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they're that kind of businessman.
He grimaces.
I would pay them, but,
He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful. Even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off.
You should be glad,
The anger rising in him now.
that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You're a contract. A name on a list.
He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples.
I'm sorry.
He hisses.
I'm sorry for being a shit, trying to kill you, and whacking that thick skull of yours.
He sighs.
You think I want to go up against this guy? But us,
He jabs a finger between the two of you.
we don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal.
He looks at you.
I'm not acting for a favor. Or asking for a favor.
I saw someone say the word acting in chat, and I was like, oh, someone's saying acting. That's so nice to me.
I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it.
Ethan nods.
I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working.
Just... He pauses.
Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNR shit on his way here from the core systems.
He smiles.
That should give you the motivation you need.
Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulders. Can't wait to be working with ya! He shouts. I see. Would love to see Holly VA something. It's very nice of you to say that. Hey, maybe someday. I would, I've mentioned multiple times I do very much, like, actually want to get into doing that someday. It's just, you know, a matter of when and having the setup to, like, actually do proper recording stuff and setting up a, you know, what's it called? Not a portfolio, but you know what I mean in that regard. Alright, we can work the front or work the back. Work in the door, taking deliveries, staff in the bar. Front work at the compressor is a cocktail of shouted orders, alcohol, and violence. And that's engage. Or, for endure, we can work the back. Wash up, stock check, cleaning, prep work. Back work at the compressor is all bad smells, flickering lights, and hard scrubbing. They're both dangerous. They're both dangerous. Yeah, like a demo reel, that's the kind of thing I mean, yeah. But I got a neutral on this one at least, so I reckon... I think I want to save my 6 for something else that would get me money today, because I want to make money. Turns out the compressor's owners are local gangsters. Ah. Now Ethan has to work off his debt if he wants to keep breathing. Let's see how this goes. You and Ethan get put on bar in a quiet shift and have a pleasant conversation with a customer. Turns out they're a friend of the owner. Interesting. What else can we do? We can do shipyard stuff. We haven't really done much here. We could, you know, assist a shipbuilder. We got a +1 here, so we can get a big roll. Or, you know, I could use this and get a 3, which would be pretty good at least. See how this goes. Ah! Shipbuilders want nothing to do with you, and you are laughed away after you trip over a toolbox and crash into a crate. I'm gonna try again. Ah! Real bad, huh? What if I do a better roll? Now we're talking. You shadow a shipbuilder who's impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of the shift. Alright, that's a bit of money. Little bit of money there. Let's do a bit of gambling! Also, I do have data I could sell off. I do have Havenage data I could sell off. I think I kind of need to do that. Alright, 24 cryo. You hit a stride of good games, amassing a solid stack of chits. On your final game, a decisive defeat, the other player applauds. I need a drink. Is anyone not a gangster in this place? Us. Although given how we're kind of tied up in their business now. Speaking of which... As you approach the address Ravia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder.
What's your business here?
The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implant gives her. Ooh, I guess we got a gruff voice lady then, I decided. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face.
Of course, Rabia. I'm sorry.
Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming, and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. Love how this game has so many muscle women. Yeah, it's, I do like it. I do like it. I gotta be honest. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. It didn't really feel like an offer. Oh, I'm sorry for that. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand. Finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. More than a few people on this station who'd rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I don't wish you any harm. I'm glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. So what do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end, I think. She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We're framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? Technically Havenich does, I think. Yes, they like to believe so, don't they? By claiming a lineage that extends back into Erlin's Union, they assume the burden of authority. But they have no authority here out past the Bright Market, where few work in their shipyard or pay for their docking berths. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No. The low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here, on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage. Some tried to hold it together. Some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlin's Union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable, and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families. They were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict. A child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future. To provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we're a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while, among the smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you, too. Where is Sabine? Rabia sighs and takes a moment to answer. I told you, Sleeper. They've gone, and we do not know where. I understand Sabine must have told you about their debt to us. But that was an agreement entered into willingly and which benefited them greatly. Is it really willing if it involves debt? I don't know about that one. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance. Made sure Sabine had their surgery. Kept it supplied. That was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan hasn't lasted this long because it's a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Well, they were trapped. They felt desperate. Any on the IR, Sleeper? I'm sorry, but we must ask that our debts are paid in full. Oh god, what do we do? Oh god! Because Sabine did go looking into this thing, specifically because, hey, yeah, all of your implants are, like, doing weird fucking telemetry here. But also, they didn't tell anyone. Do we have the right to tell people in their stead? I don't know, I still don't really trust any of you. Rabia sighs. That's your right. I only wish to explain our actions. To speak for Yatagan. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go, Sleeper. I've said what I wanted to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I wanted to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there'll be tasks for you to complete. You'll be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that makes up the low end. Yeah, she doesn't come off as just like, you know, talking shit and like, you know, puffing stuff up because she's trying to get like us in with them. Like she does seem like, you know, completely serious about all these things that she's saying. Like what like this group like does and stands for like means a lot to her. Interesting. And I mean, yeah, it certainly makes sense, doesn't it? You know, like, if you've got all these people that are, like, refugees that aren't being helped out by, like, the systems in place, yeah, it makes sense that maybe they would maybe have a more favorable view of that, wouldn't they? First meeting with her leaves you with a real bad impression, but yeah, like, this is interesting. I'm, like, kind of curious to do this just for the sake of, like, learning more. But also, could we possibly be getting in too deep? We've got other things to worry. We've got a lot to worry about right now! Yeah, this game's got, some real goddamn good writing, huh? I feel like it would have been really easy, like, either way to go like, oh no, you know, the gang is just it's always it's bad. It's this horrible thing. Everything they do is horrible, or it's really easy to go, oh no, actually they're actually complete saints, and everything they do is like, you know, really good for everyone around them. And it's like, no, it's complicated. They're complicated because they're people. That gives as much energy as going for the mushrooms, and it costs more. That was a waste. Well, at least I know now. like part of me wants to go in for more of this quest line just because, like, I want to know more. Like yeah, it's interesting. We've got people like Rabia who has this like really compelling view of like what Yatagan means to her, and then you've got Feng talking about like what he wants Havenage to represent and what he wants it to mean, and like trying to fucking like make it better from the inside out, like with like a violent purge as best as he can do. Maybe violent's not the right word, but I think you catch what I mean by that at least. Like, it's interesting. These people are interesting. Ah! Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. We have a new thing to focus on. That's a big problem clock! But it is time for me to get up and have a stretch and take a break, so I'm going to flip on over to the BRB screen. I am going to get myself, you know, some more drink, have a bit of a stretch around. You should do the same for yourselves. We'll be back in just a few. I'm back. I tried to click the unmute button like 3 goddamn times and missed it every single time. But I'm back. I went and I had a bit of a pace around and I kissed my sleeping cat on the forehead and I lifted weights for a little bit because I kind of had a bit of a restless energy. Because the weather's been real dog shit ass here lately, so I haven't been able to go out much, and I was like, oh, I'm restless. And I can't very well, you know, go out for a walk in the middle of a stream, so I just, did a little bit of exercise, and that's why I do sound a little bit breathy right now. It is nice to just have a set of weights around. It feels good. Hope y'all are... No, that's too intense. Hope y'all are enjoying the stream so far. How y'all liking the game? Because, like, every single time I play this, I feel like I'm falling more and more in love with this game. God, this is like such an interesting story in, like, so many different angles. I keep getting surprised by, like, how many different characters we're meeting. I keep thinking, like, oh, this has gotta be, like, close to the end of all the characters, you know, in this area until we move on to the end, and it's like, nope, here's another, nope, here's another, nope, here's another guy coming to hunt you down. Oh, by the way, here's this entire area you basically just never interacted with yet, and it's just like... Fuck. One of your favorite games this year? Fuck yeah. It's really goddamn good. So I guess I just kind of want to get right back to it, then. Wishlisted this game because of the stream? Hey, hell yeah. You should go give it a pick up sometime soon. I think it's on sale right now on Steam because of the update. I want to say it's like slightly discounted or something. And it's, you know, it's also on Switch. I think it's on itch, things like that. It is on itch, right? I think. And I know itch is doing that whole like creator day thing where like they get the more of the cut of the money goes to the people that make the stuff on the site. Or something like that. I didn't exactly figure out all the stuff that it was, but it's something that's good for the people that make things. You can buy some freaking games and they get more money out of your money. Let's get back to it. We have no dice, so we're gonna rest for this cycle. Wasn't on itch? Ah, okay, I'm misremembering then. Well, it's on Steam, and it's on Switch, and it's on Xbox. A whole bunch of places you can go and get and play it. Alright. Not so great rolls not as great of in the way of rolls, this time, I suppose is what I'm trying to say. Scrap freighter. I want to buy some scrap. And since our focus right now is getting Ethan to help us out, we're probably not gonna need it as much to, get across the damn Greenway. We can worry about that when we're not being hunted down, I suppose. I need to save a little bit of money to, you know, like, buy food and stuff, though. Like, for instance, right now. Alright. Let's do a little bit of grambling. It's 9. After a good start, you lose your focus, blocked by an older woman with incredible precision. You leave soon after, keeping some winnings. Not bad. Could have been a lot worse. So... Actually... While I'm here, maybe I do want to sell off some of this. That's money. I do need money. Let's see what that gives us. 10 cryo. The tea house's enforcer signals for a hacker to come out for the upload. Their eyes widen as the data streams onto their system. Ooh. I hope that doesn't come to bite me in the ass somehow at some point, but I did need the money. So let's work the front a little. Hope for a good roll. That's a +1. You get put up on the door despite your protests, and end up in the middle of a fight between two drunk spacers. Ethan drags you out. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he did that for us. Huh. You and Ethan get put on in the bar on a quiet shift. Have a pleasant conversation with a customer. Alright, that's some more progress on that. That's good. He might be grinching, and I don't know how that makes me feel. That's wild. Alright, you can buy ship mine cores here, and then you can sell things. Okay. Can I get any rolls up here that are anything? Also, there's no more hacking up here. Interesting. Although, question marks around that, which is, certainly interesting! Certainly interesting. So what if I, actually go down and check what it's like down here? Nothing. Okay. So that was just specifically for that upways part. Okay. I could maybe nab some more, data. That's at least a little bit of money, you know? Also, a forgotten cipher granting access to the Greenways systems. Probably need to be able to, like, pass through here before it means anything, so not yet. Not yet, not yet. You still want to kick Ethan's nuts? I mean, yeah. Me too. There we go. That's a little bit of cryo, at least. Use these Bobo rolls on something. And hey, we got more data out of it. That could maybe be used for something eventually. Right now, let's, get some more Havenage data. There we go. We have a fair bit now. So I think I might have to actually sell a little bit more off. There we go, 10 cryo. That's enough to keep eating for another little bit. Not bad. Not bad. Also, I could maybe buy more scrap. Because I think I need 4 to make a little house for myself. And if I have extra scrap, then I can use it for other stuff. And that's our whole scrap allowance. So, we used as much of that as we could. Derelict unit. Oh, we only need 3 more. Then I have 1 left in my pockets for repairs. Cool, cool. You tuck the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but it can't be worse than a container. I would like to stop living in a container, so I think I am going to do this. We can get a little place for ourselves in the low end, maybe. Alright. And so that's the heap of scrap that we would need for it. So next would be endure checks, which not a priority right now, but we can certainly do it. Once the place is sealed, it'll be livable in. Maybe even comfortable. A place to call your own. With all the materials, the unit now needs sealing section by section. I was confused about where that sentence had, like, pauses and what the inflection was to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. I will maybe save rolls for that later. We have priorities at the moment. It's a ways off, but also I would like to be ready for it. So I'm gonna self-repair here. There we go. Let's end our cycle. Let's track one of these, actually. Gain Ethan's protection. Somehow you are once again helping Ethan. This time he's offered his protection if you help clear his debt. So let's do that. also gotta bring Talaspores at some point, but that'll come later. That will come later. Yeah, it certainly is degrading, you know, living in a fucking shipping crate, so it would be nice to be able to not be doing that soon. First, I should spend this 5 on some money here. There we go. I will take the 24. I will be on my way. Let's use these 6s, because those are guaranteed positives. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's see how this one goes. Takes our energy away, but here we go. The drink order comes in minutes after you do, and you spend the time lifting huge boxes into the back. Exhausting. We only have 2 more left, which means next cycle we can clear Ethan's debt. So let's get ourselves a meal, which we did just get the money for by, you know, playing in the Tambor house, so that's pretty good. And that's this cycle. Quick and simple, straightforward. Let's see what's next. Big rolls, so let's use that 5 again to get some more money. Alright. Thank you very much. And let's use this 6 here to get our last bit of Ethan's debt paid off. Presumably.
They're never gonna release my debt, the shits.
Ethan kicks at a locker and the sound rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room, swearing to himself. You watch him from the locker room bench. Calm down, they'll do it. Ethan laughs.
There's no way.
Holly, don't become a gambling addict? That joke sucks, don't make that joke at me. Don't fucking do that. Ethan laughs.
There's no way.
He spits on the floor, an old habit.
They like having sniveling little shits like us to work their club. Save on the overhead, and they get to boss us around.
He kicks the locker again and swears. What did they say?
Some shit about getting back to me. I swear to God, these are the most straight-edged gangsters I've ever seen.
He laughs at his own joke.
I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stopping spacers bringing nail guns into the club or pouring endless shots of Girol for ignorant Havenage work crews.
He looks at the locker again, threatening it with a final kick.
I mean it. I'm gonna go up there and shoot every single one of those shits.
He makes a finger gun. Hold on.
Don't get all excited. I haven't got my own gun, remember?
He stops pacing.
But you know, Sleeper, that's not a bad idea you have there.
I didn't have an idea. He ignores you.
I don't mean shooting up the place, I mean getting the gun.
He sits beside you on the bench.
Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shout him down? I need that gun if you want me to keep up my end of the deal. It's simple. An explosive personality for a distraction at the front.
He places a hand on his own chest.
A sneaky sleeper to go in the back.
He pats your chest. What about the debt?
We've done our time. And the wounds, they've faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up, after my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me.
Or they'll want you dead even more.
Either works. At least I'd never have to see the inside of this shithole again.
He gives the locker one last kick. For good luck.
Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one, and meet up in the Bright Market after. But don't take too long, or I really will shoot up this place.
He grins. You know I'll do it. Come the fuck on, dude! Oh god, we gotta stop him from getting killed right now! You know where the lockup is, and Ethan's gun has been there since the bartender took it. Time to take it back! This action is dangerous! With, the positive result being grab the gun, and the negative result being, wouldn't you like to know? No, we're not doing it today. Not today. No fucking way. No! Oh god, no. Let's go for this. Hey, there you go. And we got a tip for that. Lem and Mina, worker and daughter. We've also got unit assembly and half-inch offices. From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flank, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale, of industry, is both stunning and strangely unsettling. A shipyard worker and his daughter, Lem and Mina.
She's quite beautiful, I think.
You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eye as he turns to you.
Lem.
He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship.
And this is Mina.
He adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up.
She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mia?
She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material.
You working on her, then?
Lem asks eagerly, gesturing at the vast ship.
Or just admiring?
He shifts Mina's weight on his arm. Right now, just admiring.
Understandable.
He nods, gazing back out at the sidereal horizon.
You like her too, don't you, Mina?
He jostles her a little.
She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak.
The ship?
You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a half-inch contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew.
He smiles.
We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on a new world.
He winks. Decades?
It's a long trip.
He straightens up, stretching his back.
That's a colony ship, friend. The Sealess Foundation sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. Be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations.
Sealess Foundation?
They're having to just client, yeah. Some, wealthy project from the core systems. Interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. Hired the whole shipyard out. Helped rekit it and everything.
He strokes Mina's hair.
There's someone else's dream, I suppose. Doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along.
Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck.
Oh, I'm just chatting a little meanie. Give Daddy a sec.
He turns back to you and You suddenly notice how tired he looks.
I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together.
He smiles a little shakily. And you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. Yeah, maybe. Key looks out at the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull.
You gotta hold out, okay?
You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you.
That's how it works.
While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye.
Daddy loves me.
She says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Aww. Len smiles and lifts Mina.
That's it. We hold on.
He smiles sheepishly at you.
We're just a couple of softies. Isn't that right, Mina?
He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg.
Gotta go feed this one.
He pats her back.
Maybe see you on a shift, huh?
He turns, and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops.
See you, robot!
Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. Oh! You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of sidereal horizon. A ticket out. New drive discovered. Win a sidereal ticket. Workers on the sidereal crew get entered into a draw for the colony ship's live-in crew. That's one way off the eye and into a new life. Interesting. Also got unit assembly here. We got junior tech and welder's mate. Hey, we get cryo for it. Cool. Sidereal Horizon is webbed with complex systems bundled like nerves in a body. Your job is to lay these systems in. The systems team is looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you are in. Well, I think we're a pretty reliable tech by this point, so... There's also structural fitting. Sidereal Horizon is assembled block by block. You earned a place on the teams, welding those blocks together. You have a spot supporting the welding team. Good place to prove you know how to put a ship together. I'm gonna go for the junior tech. Let's see what we get. Yeah, we got a big meaty +2 there. And also, shipbuilding spots in the Sidereal Horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you drop from the roster. So, you know, don't work poor, don't do bad, be good. You end up ankle deep in braided cables, wiring, rewiring. Eventually, you settle the systems, but it's a struggle. Not bad. Then we got the offices. Fragment supply. Sophisticated tech is rare on the eyes, and the shipyard is happy to pay for ship mine fragments they can dismantle and reuse. Or, a slate in the office advertises that Havenage are looking for informants on gang activity in the eye. They'll pay. Well... I suppose there's no shame in playing both sides. The acquisitions officer eyes you down suspiciously as you download the data to her terminal. This is more than she was expecting. Interesting. That's, good bit of money from both of these then, huh? What's the shame in playing both sides a little bit? we need money. We need money to live. Next cycle. Ooh, I was really hoping for a big roll. Damn. Alright. This is dangerous, and we have a +0 to it, so... I'm gonna maybe wait one more day. Maybe wait one more day. Let's go for the big roll here. Big money, no whammies. Alright, 9 cryo. Not bad. Not a lot, but not bad. And, sure, it's a free 6 on here. There we go. 12 cryo. And we get +5 cryo for doing a hacking action, technically. Once the shift is done, you close your eyes and see the webs of systems running inside the sidereal horizon. You're a natural at this work. And hey, this is gonna be a 5, so let's go for it. I will take more money and more progress on this. And we've got a 1. Which I can spend getting, you know, the data. My word, this data. And so now we have a fair bit of, cryo, actually. Which is good. Which is good. We do need that, so... Hey. If you don't mind, I am going to give you this. Then I am going to, get some food from Emphas. I can certainly afford it. That's gonna be the cycle, then. Let's, have a sleep. Alright! We have a 6! Let's do this. Let's go. When you reach the lockup, there's no one there. Guess the distraction worked. You grab the gun. Big money, no whammies. Let's fucking go. The gun tucked safely into a pocket, you work your way down the stairs that lead up to the office. A doorman passes, and you exchange nods. Seems like you're in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway into the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes, which troubles you. He's reaching into the pocket of his coat. Slowly. Carefully. Ethan, what are you fucking doing? You catch his eye and he raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause. And he nods. And turns around. Walking back out of the club. You exhale. Not realizing you were holding your breath. And then you're out. Without a single shout. Without anyone noticing. In and out like a light. Like a bandit. Let's fucking go. No problems today. So far. There's still time for shit to go wrong today, but... You meet Ethan around the corner, on a quiet, bright market walkway.
You have it?
He looks nervous. What were you doing back there?
I was about to start a distraction. Like we agreed.
He sighs.
Just show me.
You lift it out of your pocket, and it is colder. Heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out.
Nice. Now, if you would.
He beckons with his hand. Ethan is constantly half a second away from an incomprehensibly poor life decision. Now, let's be completely fair. Half a second is a very generous estimate. A memory jumps into your mind of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory, followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. You flinch. wait. Ethan gestures again.
Come on, hand it over.
I hope I don't regret this. Ethan eagerly grabs it and looks down the sights. He sighs a sigh of relief. Yeah, the drums are kind of like a heartbeat here, huh? Then he meets your eye and slowly raises the gun until it's pointing directly at your head.
Not funny. You still don't get it, do you, Sleeper? Ethan spits. When they canceled my contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my payout, any way of getting off this shitty station. Everything! All I had left was you.
He grins.
A naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked.
He laughs.
And now, here we are.
He slides his slate out of his jacket pocket with his other hand.
Now, to call Maywick.
Are you crazy?
You are crazy, Sleeper, for thinking I'd kill one of my own for you. For what? Helping me wash dishes? He laughs long and loud, and you hate him for it.
He prods the slate.
Done.
He puts it away.
He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. He tells me we can split the contract, not 50-50, but, enough of a finder's fee that I can get out of this shithole.
He's lying.
At this point, Sleeper, I'm not sure you're the one who I'd trust with a lie.
He winks. Ethan glances around.
I have learned one thing from you, though, Sleeper. In all our cycles working in that shitty club,
He smiles.
people never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in the headlights when the future's bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch their death flying in at fraction drive speed. You had every chance, and yet you still keep on going, like some idiot robot, going through the motions, even when you know you'd be crushed.
He smirks.
And let me tell you something else.
The shot enters through his upper back, and he crumples immediately to the ground. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor like it might save you. Silence. Maywick. S&ARP Hunter. You look up, and you see him coming down the walkway. Silent. Eyes alight. Is Maywick also a sleeper? Hey, is Maywick also a sleeper? Uh-oh. Maywick. You freeze in fear. Here it comes. You see it, just by Ethan's crumpled body. The gun. Move. You can't. Move! You inch forward. Move! You go for it. You run forward and a shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back. Then your hands are on the gun and you scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. You close your eyes. You fire again and again and again until the clip is empty and all that are left are clicks. Then you drop the gun and stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the walkway, and then past Maywick. His eyes now dark. Some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest. Perhaps the same fluid that's inside you. You try not to think about it. You keep going. And the sound comes back. And the eye comes back. And as it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up, and all you see are the wheeling stars. They are spinning, and you're suddenly dizzy. Now, the eye's always spun like this, hasn't it?
You can now play as Luigi.
Yippee! Thank you, Ian and Hab, for the 5-month resub. Much appreciated. And you don't stop walking. You keep going. That's all there is now. The path forward. S and ARP have left you no history. No past to speak of. Just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. You think of Ethan's smile, his voice. You feel sick. Is it over? You aren't sure it ever can be. But you're still here. And you can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. And that is the end of Ethan's storyline. Is this a vibes type game? That means nothing. You've asked me a question that means nothing. Holy shit. I kind of thought Ethan was probably going to do something like that. My fucking god, I wasn't expecting it to play out quite like that. Well, at least his gun was good for something in the end. Right at the end of it, true to form, Ethan made a very, very poor choice. Part of me, and it's a very small part of me, pities him? Things could have been different for him. Things could have been different for us. Things could have been different for the Winter Light. But someone from the Winter Light saved us. And now they've been avenged. And all we can do is keep going. All we can do is endure. This is our home now. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. You have to tear out and rebuild some of the ventilation systems of the unit. It's a tough job, but satisfying. Something must have been deeply fucked with either himself or his situation for this to happen. I mean, his whole thing It's that he's the dude who wants to be on the boot end of the boot stomping down on people. To his own detriment. But he was true to himself in that regard. Right up until the end. Right up until the end, after, you know, he was the one on the other end of it for once, and we, against our better judgment, helped him out, but we helped him out all the same, and even with that, he decided no, he couldn't give up the life that he had. And so he gave up his whole life. And now he's gone. Hashtag RIP Bozo. No idea what the plot of this is, but it feels intense. I would very much recommend checking out the first VOD of this. And if at any point you think, huh, this game is cool, I like this, stop fucking watching it and go buy it. It is an entirely story-driven experience. It's a really fucking good story. Stories are generally better if you start them from the start. Please, either, you know, through my VODs or picking up the game yourself, genuinely, please go experience the story from the start. It's really fucking good. It's fucking awesome. And, like, I don't just mean awesome in the, like, oh man, that's so cool kind of way, but in the, like, I'm genuinely kind of awestruck by this way. Whew. Emphas, I need a fucking meal after the day I've had. Okay. Got some more Yatagan data we can sell off. Let's do that a bit. I think now I can afford the way across to the Greenway? How much should that cost again? Because we have a discount on it. 100 cryo. A heavily tattooed spacer takes your chits and tells you to prepare. She'll be waiting at the edge for your arrival. Take the
ferry
across Founder's Gap to the Greenway. The Greenway. Overgrown biosphere. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. Oh, she's from the update! She's from the update! This is the new stuff that just got added! She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Sorry. She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, holding up a hand in recognition before setting off down the corridor. Peek! Cautious XPR spacer. I'm sorry for her. A second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. It's no problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek! Is this Esh or Esha? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say Esha. Esha stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Esha, please. Do you want everyone on this station to hate us? Esha hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? Peek gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know about what you're talking about. This station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Esha sighs. I'm not saying they're part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. But I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. The Briar? That's our ship, Peak explains. Peak! Esha rolls her eyes. What are you doing? Peak ignores her. We're with the refugees, the ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Esha interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peak sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Esha. We understand this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Esha interrupting. But Esha turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies. And after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Oh, that was Peak, I guess, saying that. Peak finishes. That's terrible. Esha looks back to you, her fierceness fading. Peak, please. Esha gathers herself and the supplies. Esha, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peak turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar is docked at the Broken Spoke, past the Greenway, in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, but we're keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Esha turns to leave, and Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Esha shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Esha already picking up speed as Peak calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from, and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. And so that is the start of the DLC. Or I guess not the DLC, but, like the update, episode Flux. Interesting. This is our way back. This is the Greenway. We can walk the Greenway, or we can map the pathways, but I need dice for that. We have the Haifa Commune, a self-sustaining community, in which we can work the canteen or work the grow beds. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'm aware of, not doing their quest. It was very much like, yeah, this is an endgame thing. Do this at near the end of your game. Don't worry, I read shit, I know. And tracking Ashton. Ankita seems to think Ashton is out here at the wild edge of the Greenway. Time to see if that's true. We can look for tracks, or we can search for signals. And this is the Wastes, which is, that other one to deal with. And the Climbing Briar. Presumably, one of their ships. Ah, this is locked. Out here at the edge of the habitable parts of the Eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. So if we get more, Endure, we can harvest scrap from here. Interesting. And this is the update. Which we'll get to another day. Not today. Not today. We must become stronger before we can do this. Well, it has been a fucking day, huh? What a fucking day it has been. And we no longer have the countdown. We no longer have to worry about our impending death. All we have to worry about is our under-impending death. Better the devil you know and all that. I should get up and have a break. So, I'm gonna leave this music going because it's good. But I'm gonna go on over to the BRB screen. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna have a stretch. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I reckon you ought to do the same. We'll be back real soon. the stream so far. Hey, if you haven't already, hit that follow button if you want alerts on when we go live, and hey, maybe if you want to pop in the chat or something. We would certainly love to hear from you, I'm sure. If you want to support what we do, subs, tips, bits, all that stuff, never mandatory, no pressure to, but always greatly appreciated. If you've got a Twitch Prime sub, which I always forget that I should bring up, have you considered maybe tossing that towards your favorite streamer? Or perhaps maybe tossing that towards me? Or any of my other fine friends who engage in streaming as well? Just make sure you use it on someone and don't forget about it. Because I always tend to. Holy shit. I stepped away, and it just kind of like dawned on me like, holy shit, everything that just happened. My god, it has been another juicy stream of this game, hasn't it? Surrounded by rainy smell right now, hell yeah! This classics of smell. Big fan of that. Wayne finally announced it, so I can say, 10 Eastern tonight, some Jackbox is gonna be happening. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be on it, I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the energy for it, but that's around when I was planning on wrapping up stream anyway, so I'm gonna raid folks on over that way. Maybe I'll be on there if I, have the energy for, a game or two and there's a slot, but hey, you should go check it out regardless. It's gonna be a good time. How about we get back to the game? How about we get back to the stream that I'm doing right now, though, instead of talking about streams that will happen later? We got no more dice, so I reckon it's time to end this cycle. Now we've got decent ways to make money, which is good. Just because it's done doesn't mean we're done thinking about it. You wake from dreams of Maywick's amber eyes floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to sleep. And you suspect that isn't about to change anytime soon. Not after what happened. But you also feel something else as you get up. Thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water like every morning. You feel something is lifted. Something that's been hanging over you since you arrived on the station. You try not to think too hard about it, to question it. You just let that lightness stay. Let it settle as you go through your routines. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it, don't look at it directly, it won't get scared and leave you. That the lightness will stay for this cycle, and then another, and then another. Because after all that's happened, a little lightness would be nice. Yeah, 3 dice to work with. I'm gonna keep going with that until we run out of our 3 dice, then I'm gonna pop our stabilizer. Alright. Maybe let's try building that home. I think I'd like that. I think I would quite like that, actually. We got some good dice for it today. Actually, before we do that, I should try and make at least a little bit of money, because we're probably going to need it soon. Or something or other. Not bad, not bad. Bit of data. Alright. Now. Yeah, I think a change of scenery could be pretty good, all things considered. Dang. After many hours, you still can't find the source of a leak in the outer wall. You give up for now, exhausted. But then we try again. And... there you go. You tracked down a difficult leak! Hey, it's the same leak that was giving us trouble! I like to think, at least. And close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. Get ourselves some food for Memphis then. Thanks, bud. Is appreciated. One more cycle down. Yeah, Outer Walls, I know that game. I played it. Game of the year every year. Alright. Some Bobo rolls today. We can certainly use those for something. We got +2s on certain things. There we go. +1 on that. It's tough but satisfying. You love to hear it. Let's see. This is +1, so I probably shouldn't use my 2s on that. Is there anything we get a big bonus on here? Just Intuit, which isn't bad. We do want to map this place out, so could always do that. It's just minus energy, which I can get back by eating, so none too worried. Left right after we met Lemon Mina, what'd you miss? I'm struggling to remember what happened exactly when, but you either missed very little or a whole lot. We do have trauma about killing someone in self-defense now, someone who was a sleeper. Ah, bummer. Let's try again. Let's see if this roll will be a little better for us. There you go. You see the corporate order beneath the leaves and rot, and the bright inventions the Greenway's plants have wrapped around the structure. Interesting. Interesting. Let's get ourselves some food. Oh, whoops, wrong one. There we go. Oh, was the VOD? You think you know where you pieced out? Hell yeah! Let's, it certainly wouldn't hurt to get caught up at some point. I don't think you've really missed anything major aside, well, you missed one storyline concluding. It was the bounty hunter storyline. It ended badly for him, but I mean, it ended in a way where we're not dead for us. The assassin sleeper died? Yeah, he fucking shot! Cause Ethan was like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm selling you out. I'm getting, like a cut of the pay. So, too fucking bad, you're done. And then the assassin sleeper came and shot him down. And so we fucking scrambled to pick up his gun. And we shot the assassin. And we get to live another day. And we get to know that was it the Winter Light? I can't remember the name, I'm so bad at names. We get to know now that we avenged them. Yeah, it is a little poignant, you know, right after, the conversation we had with Navigator about, you know, cycles of violence and not wanting to be part of them. Sometimes we don't get a choice. A lot of times we don't get a choice. Alright. Let's do this, and there we go. We have a home now. Feed a stray? There's signs that a stray animal's been nosing around near the unit. A handful of shits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Stray fed. You buy the crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows. I hit that twice because I got excited by accident. The Stray. A low-end cat. The Stray hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the Stray's apartment which you are squatting in. I know how it goes with cats. You can't necessarily just approach them right away. Let's just watch it. Though the Stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed, and watch as something flickers in its eyes. Perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The Stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The Stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? The Stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. The Stray loves to lick a cracker. It is their favorite activity.
Every 7 cycles, the Stray low-end cat gets to lick a graham cracker. It is their favorite activity.
It is hard to imagine the Stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the Stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the Stray is always happy on the eye, but that the Stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one the Stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the Stray. A kind of acknowledgement of each other. A sense that each of you might share something with the other. A point of connection. Oh, I really like that, actually. Then all at once, the Stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs! Oh! And then it is gone. Out through the unit door, and back into the corridors of the low end. Oh, kitty. I love you, kitty. If you buy the crackers and put them out, the Stray will always come. That doesn't mean they like you, though. They are a cat, after all. Oh! That's Kitty! You did not check. The Greenway Gate. The entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What is happening here? A forgotten cipher granting access to the Greenway systems. Let's slice in, why don't we? The cipher burns away as it is slotted, the data sparkling like a lit touchpad. What has been unlocked? The cloud. In the data ghost of the eye. The Greenway roils beneath you like a slit-choked river. Silt-choked river, sorry. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It's made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. A billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them. A figure turned away. The only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. Gardner. Ingrown farm administrator. They're facing away. At least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown, that it's hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It's cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they're long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and dappled light of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Very interesting. Very interesting. The farm stacks. Vertical farms. We can steal the harvest. Uh-oh. Loads of food here. Why should these farmers keep it to themselves? If you can do it quick, they might not even notice it's gone, which would give a ton of energy, but it would lose condition or we would get marked as a thief. We can work the stacks, or we can barter for food. The farming collective who control the stacks don't like to sell their food piecemeal, but for the right price, they'll let it go. Interesting. Also, wait, I just noticed we have an it's in our actual inventory, a seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. It's not in here. It's not in here. It's not in the commune right away, at least. Is it in? Oh, this is just tracking Ashton, right? It certainly wouldn't be out in the wastes, would it? No. Interesting. Interesting. Go back to this view. It's not in any of these. There's not like a thing in any of these bits data-wise. Let's have a bit more of a look around, why don't we? If we lose a bit of energy, it's a bit of energy. I can just buy some food. There we go. +2 going green. Nice. The Mushroom Groves. Buried fungus chambers. We can collect spores or forage for fungus. Alright, well, I guess we know what we're doing next time. We're getting some Girol caps. And then we're gonna get some spores. Now I have a weird suspicion. I'm gonna check here first. That's just data. It's just data nodes. I'm sure this is nothing, but... yeah, there's... It is not a digital seed to be planted here. Okay. But it was worth a look. It was worth a look. Let's end the cycle. One big roll today, and a couple of others. I reckon we're low enough that we might as well use the stabilizer right now. Alright. Let's get a mushroom cap. Let's see. I have one upgrade point. Could always get photosynthetic skin. And that would just let us burn dice to get energy back instead of having to use money. In case we need to save up money for other things. But also, it feels like the main thing we're using money for right now is to get energy, so I don't think that's necessarily super useful right now, where we are at this point in the game. Know nothing of this game, there's dice. Yeah, it's like a... It's a narrative adventure that feels kind of like a mix between, like, a visual novel and a tabletop game. There's, like, you know, a bunch of stuff that's based on, like, different independent cycles, and, also based on, like, dice rolls that you get that you can use. It's cool. Okay, so... this one is dangerous, so I'm gonna do this. There we go. We got a cap. Deep in Event Core, you find the amber caps of Girals. In this micro-ecosystem, they are protected from other stranger growths. And this is a pretty good chance, so... while the grove mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in an untouched form. There we go, that's the spores. You find clumps of spokes in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify the source. Let me just double check really quick again to make sure there's no other new things that have appeared here. There are not. Not yet. Alright. I have good news for my friend Emphis. We can finally give him. I think? I think that's the pronouns Emphis uses. The caps. Oh, Emphis, I've missed hearing from you. Emphis eagerly takes the bright yellow Giral caps. He seems pleased with them. My man. Oh, wait. Timer on this one. Emphis is working on gathering the ingredients for preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. In a couple of days, we are about to have the best meal of our fucking lives. I should have bought that meal first. Oh well, I didn't know. So it goes. Let's bring spores. That's one. Alright. The mushroom farm will make the back room of the Overlook into a miniature Giral factory.
Ah, they're so cute!
Says Tala, looking at the container of spores. Her excitement is infectious. Now, let's see. Maybe I will take this, actually. Because then I can just, you know, use bad dice rolls on this, right? I can photosynthesize here. And this will either get me, you know, +1 energy or a bunch. Your frame's photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. And this is just going to be a little bit, so... oh, we got +2! Nice! The sun heats your skin, and you feel its light seeping into your veins as glucose. A little bit of treat for Kitty. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them. Sometimes not. Kitty. Let's end our cycle. What's next? Big rolls today, huh? Wow, okay. Big rolls today. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Don't mind if I do. I'll take one of these. Oh, I got two. There you go. Fucking perfect. You find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can, unsure what species or types might be in the mix. While we're here, let's see, what can we do here? This would just pay us, and then we can, you know, buy food. Let's see. What's that give us? 2 energy, not bad. Take the chits hesitantly and then pass you the food. Alright, thank you. Do a bit more exploring here. Either of these gives me a great result, so it doesn't really matter. Alright. Going green. New drive discovered. What's that? We gotta find a nurturing grow bed for the seed, which might be what our next thing is. Oh, grow mushrooms. Clear the aviary. Aviary would be the perfect place to grow mushrooms with some work. Sunlit refuge. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place can be turned back into a garden of sorts. Once a corporate garden, for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a mess of overgrowth. You can change that. Yeah, I'll go for a big roll, why not? Layers and layers of rotten mulch come away from the corroded metal, and among it, pale and delicate, you find a bird skull. There was life here once. There technically still is life here. But we can help it come back. We can help take care of it, instead of it choking itself out. Let's go to the bar. Give in our spores. Give our spores. Alright, there you go, Tala. Now let's... Oh, we gotta wait now, I guess. Tala's locked herself way in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. Alright. We gotta wait while she does, like, scary fungus magic. In the meantime... Let's a sunbathe. Let's a sunbathe. +2. Alright, we're at full now. That's a pretty good use for these ones, actually. That's a pretty damn good use for these ones, actually. Kitty love to eat. We've got one Yatagon data we can sell off for some money again. Oh, no, it's unit assembly. That's wrong. Here we go. So let's do that. Alright. Pretty good cycle. Pretty good cycle. Things are moving, things are shaking. What should we do? We have lots of choices. We're in the Greenway. Need to find a grow bed. So let's explore more of the Greenway, I think. I think that's a good idea. A bit of Bobo rolls, but I mean, we can, earn this one. Certainly. There we go, we're back up to full. Yeah, I do really like this game's music. It's got a good sound to it. We could spend this 2 here. We got a very good chance of that going well for us. Big money, no Emmys. There we go. End up ankle deep in braided cables, wiring and rewiring. Eventually you settle the systems, but it is a struggle. And this is basically the same role, so big money, no Emmys! Nice. Alright. Feeling good about that. Back across we go. Energy you carry over to the next cycle's how much dice you get. It's based on your stability and your energy both. Because we're like our energy is, you know, like normal human energy. You gotta eat and sleep and stuff like that. But also we're an android that's technically corporate property. And because of that, we have like planned obsolescence built into us. So our physical condition degrades over time, unless we get access to specific corporate mandated stabilizers. Ain't that just the way, huh? What if we get some big progress here, though? Alright. Next cycle, we should be able to finish this off. Very nice. Very nice. Think you can still explore the spoke aside from the Greenway? I mean, look, I have all the stuff in the Greenway that I can, like, you know, explore to find more places. I've got the DLC stuff. Other than that, I've got, like, what? This Upperways bit that I think I've seen most, if not all of? Hang on. Then, like, everything back there that I've at least looked at. Let's see, the hub. Oh no, I do have a bit more hub progress. Okay, I could do that. I'm interested in the Greenway right now, though. Yeah, the update stuff is like right past the wastes. I'm not doing it quite yet. Feed our kitty. Kitty. Okay, well, I know what I'm using my single one on. Pretty easy call there. I'll take the 1 energy. And I'll burn my 5 here on the top of the room. Hell yeah, thank you kindly. It is a good day for rolls. Emphys is preparing the Girol caps. He's had to heavily adapt the recipe, he says, but the smell's already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you've never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb in the oil. They caramelize there, in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. Yeah, Emphys is pretty cool. I like him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the mystery bulb is probably an onion. He's got onions on his back. Maybe this is the weird future where we've never seen an onion before.
We have a moment, Sleeper.
He smiles.
You have a story?
Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you'll feel better for telling it. Let's recall our oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you're emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it's an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable. Or perhaps it's a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory. And then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you've forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off and you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel both like yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye.
I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles.
He puts the wok to one side.
I appreciate you sharing with me.
He smiles.
I hope it lightens you a little.
He passes you a bowl and heaps the girolles into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and blooms.
Eat.
The dish is delicious. Feeling it warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that Essen Arp left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experiences, you know that much. Emulated minds can't be rewired, so their needs for embodied experience must be met. That's why you breathe even when you don't need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it. It produces energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything anymore. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the Bright Market. Somehow changed. I love Emphas. Emphas is so fucking good. Matsutake broth. Emphas mentions an old recipe for matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake caps, freshly sourced. We have a new mushroom mission. And we're still waiting on the Overlook bar, so we still got a ways to go for that. Yeah, this game's world and like the story and the people it presents to you are just... oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so good. I am kissing my fingers like the Italian chef. I might as well use the 5 here. Get a big roll. Alright, that's +2. We'll finish that another day. Ooh, Bliss. That's a new character. Bliss, ship mechanic on the hub.
No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shit heels who sold you them.
You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass. And moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether.
Hey, you out there!
Same voice echoes out of the entrance. You looking for work? Yes?
I just need a hand. Get in here!
The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer.
Ah, scratch that. Just help me with the casing.
Yeah, I'll help her.
Alright then.
She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam of the dented case.
Just take the grip here and lift out, up, then I can get in and unbolt it.
She whacks the unit with the wrench.
Whole thing's twisted to shit.
I like her. I like her so far. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free.
All good!
The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters.
By the way, everyone calls me Bliss.
She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here?
Repairs, fit-ups, tear-downs.
Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes.
We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays. So here I am, trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff.
Well, this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish.
We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger.
Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack.
But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips ready to take this place over.
She looks up at you.
I'm almost out of luck.
What happened?
Long story. Some people just can't keep promises.
She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care.
There we are.
Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black.
This thing must have overloaded and popped half itself out the side.
You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks.
Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will ya?
Enter the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colorful tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall. Complex organization system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. M2. Converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand.
Perfect! You passed!
She straightens up from the unit.
Well, that is if you want to work here.
Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms.
Truth is, I need a hand here. A partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz.
I'd be happy to.
Wait.
She frowns at the racks.
That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that...
She looks nervous, embarrassed.
We need chits.
An investment?
Exactly. Partners. Straight split.
Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance.
I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am, asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense.
She manages a smile.
I get it. Thanks.
She meets your eye.
I appreciate it.
Bliss goes back to working on the unit.
Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you.
She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place.
I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now. But if you are into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays.
She gives you a serious look.
You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly.
You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway.
Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean...
You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Oh, I love her already. Oh, I love her already. 100 cryo for seed money. A scam or an opportunity? Bliss seems solid enough, and this might be your best chance to get into the hub's repair trade. Interesting. Interesting. I think once I have gotten myself more money, we will be investing. I think that will be the play. This gives us Jural caps, which isn't what we need, so let's not bother with that for now. So let's explore some more in the aviary. Clear this overgrowth out. There we go. How many jobs are we even working at this point? Most of them. Most every job you can work. The old growth of the aviaries created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the groves. They'll grow well here. The moist corners of the aviary make the perfect bed for the spores. Once they're filled, they can be left to grow. I'll wait till next cycle for that. I'll start making some progress here. To become a Haifa member. Only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in through long service. It isn't for everyone. You can work the grow beds or work the canteen. Grow beds are the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. We're invited to assist in maintaining them. I think if we're about to start growing some mushrooms, and possibly plants and other things, we should probably get some practice on the grow beds. The beds are slower than the stacks. They reward patience, not just effort. As you finish, the canteen workers bring out food for your cycle. Oh, nice. New drive discovered. We got a whole bunch of them. Join the Haifa commune. Cool. And we can also go back to the margins and start searching more for Ashton. We got plenty of options. But this is the end of our cycle, so let's go on back here, feed our friend the cat. End our cycle. We got a whole lot we could be doing from here, huh? 4 rolls, all pretty damn good ones. Let's go. It's been a while since we did any progress on Feng's work. We got a big roll here, so let's go for that. See how that goes for us. Alright, we got some cryo for that. We got more targets. A shortcut across a bridgeway means 3 happy customers and 3 big tips. You start to understand the makeshift unit markings. It has been a while since we checked up on Feng, yeah, hasn't it? Let's do that. Only a little bit of cryo from that, and we lost some energy. Dang. I say, we do a bit of a gamble. Not bad, not bad. And let's spend our last bit here. Now that we have something else we want to use money for, let's spend this sunbathing. Just a little bit, but it'll keep us until the next cycle. Eat our cat. And have a nap. Alright, let's see what a 3 does for us here. Pretty good. I should use this 6 for this and get that sorted. There we go. Hell yeah. Sleeper! You see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of Minji's, the kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate's been buzzing like crazy. Seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group come up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Minji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng's already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand farewell, and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny ripperworm drives in your pocket, and smile at yourself, as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Let's fucking go. Let's track that one. Is it through this that we have to do it? Or is it somewhere else? Let's see. We got Havenage Agent. Is that what we want? No. No. Probably the ones farther up, because there was like a bunch there altogether. Harden Agent. There we go. Ah! A 2, you say? Serious stuff, huh? Maybe for a fucking amateur. I'm in. Harden Agent port unlocked. And... ah, it's just a regular Yatagan agent. Okay. Alright. Slotting the Ripperworm means a whole load of data on Harden's activities for Feng. Do I have a favorite character design for this game? Not really. Less so because, not because, like, none of them speak to me, more because there's too fucking many good ones. There's too many that are too good. They gave me a fucking buffet of huge women to goggle at. Goggle? Gaggle. You know what I mean. Another Yatagan agent. Where is... there it is. Harden Agent. Ah! A 3, you say? Don't mind if I do! Rubbing my little hands together! Mine now! You remember the guy who lived here? He didn't tip! Time for him to see the consequences. You work on robots IRL, so seeing random engineer shit's very nice? Hell yeah! If you like engineering stuff, there's a whole bunch of that in this game. Holly sees a huge woman and goes awooga? Listen. You're not wrong. But it's less that I specifically see a huge woman and more that I see a woman. I'm a lesbian. I am gay. The worm makes a little nest among the agent's data. Enjoy your stay, little friend. Alright. So. What's next? Ah, Feng. As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Feng arguing with Jenna. Let's keep our distance for now. It doesn't look good. Feng seems to be explaining something, but Jenna's having none of it. She points to the door, and Feng walks away, catching your eye as he turns.
Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, looks like I'm fired. The good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway.
He takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light.
Now let's take a look at what you're really here for.
The slate is a whirring mess of code streams, coming direct from the Ripperworms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Feng scrolls the display with a finger.
A lot of junk. A lot of dull-as-hell message threads. A lot of tedious data caches, but...
Feng's eyes flash.
Definitely some good stuff.
He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it.
Check this out.
Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below.
Conway.
Feng says.
He's working with Conway.
Conway?
Conway Extractions. They're an automated extraction corporation, the biggest. They run drone mining, colony reclamation, massive salvage jobs. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted.
He rubs his head.
Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it.
He scrolls some more.
Wait, what's this? A wasteland reclamation facility. Right here on the eye.
He glances at you.
What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes?
Conway are set up there?
I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have gone there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, around the rim, past the greenway.
He shows you on his slate. Oh, don't worry, I've been there. Feng looks away, thinking.
Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. Heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock.
What's their angle?
Hardin has to be offering them something.
Feng looks back at the screen.
But if Hardin's involved in it, we need to check it out. Simple as that.
So what's next? Feng stares into the middle distance.
We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin's been prepping, been planning, has to be there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and I'll see you on the greenway. Seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet.
Feng squeezes your shoulder.
Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either. But I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together.
He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code.
I've been working on a fix in my brakes.
He winks. Oh, he actually has been working on this. Oh! I really wanted to hope he wasn't the type to just, double-cross us in the end. No, he actually is working to help us. It's just this is a big thing that we're doing for him. Oh! Was Away getting food? Did we complete Mushroom Quest? We completed a step of it. We need to get other mushrooms now. Feng grins.
See you soon, Sleeper.
And he walks out the door of the tambour without looking back. Alright, and that's another upgrade point. We're gonna need 3 to get that extra points in engineering, which is what I want to go for. I like having engineering and then also hacking in the back pocket as my big skills. And the rest is just like, whatever. That is gonna do it for this cycle. Is there anything from leaving here for now? No, okay. But I feed the cat. Alright, so, I gotta get up and have a break, have a stretch, all that stuff. Mushroom Quest for the commune's really fun. Oh, I'm planning on going for them eventually, don't you worry none. Just, a matter of, doing other things in the meanwhile. Lots of stuff to do in this game. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna have a stretch. Get yourself, some water, have a stretch yourself. We'll be back. Real soon. back. I kind of glanced over chat briefly and saw a lot of folks talking about, you know, how they've been really digging this game. Message from Shocktopus that really resonated with me. This game really hitting that specific brand of sci-fi you've been craving. Yeah! I'm really feeling that too, I gotta be honest with you. My god. I don't know, I have had a craving for a while for a good modern sci-fi that, you know, actually has something compelling to me to say. Outside of necessarily just like, wow, cool spaceship or whatever, you know? It's cool when people, you know, make cyberpunk stuff and actually understand what cyberpunk is about. And, you know, the punk aspect of it as well as the cyber aspect of it. Hard Space Shipbreaker in a similar way. Also really good at hitting those notes, scratching those itches for me. I'm excited to play more of that. I'm going to be streaming some more of that tomorrow, in the evening. I'm looking forward to it. I hope folks are too. But right now, we're here to do some more Citizen Sleeper. Instead of it just being called cyberpunk but not actually fitting into the genre. It is a depressingly common thing where people will just, you know, love the aesthetics of cyberpunk and then just kind of go get coward mode about, like, you know, actually saying anything with it. Oh, wrong button. Encycle. We're all indirecting Cyberpunk 2077 right now. Now, to be fair, we're indirectly riffing on a lot of shit is the thing. It's not just Cyberpunk 2077. It's, there's a whole lot like that out there. Wish you had a device that could run Shipbreaker so bad. God, it is such a good game. I am so glad that I'm actually able to run it on my machine. It definitely struggles a little bit in some regards. Which, I mean, makes sense. It is like a massive, like, physics simulation. And my computer is, you know, not super strong. She's old. I need to get new parts and stuff soon. Shipbreaker's a real good time. If you have a machine that can, like, you know, run it and all that. Very, very, very highly recommended. Alright, let's go out here. Cross at a greenway. Yeah, GPUs are starting to come down in price, which I'm glad about. Get some spores. Get a lot of spores alert. That's 2. Plonk those in. Extract the spores from the sample print and mix with water. Then inject them into the prepared mulch. It is precise work. I'm more than okay with Shipbreaker not getting an update for a long time. Just because, like, I feel like there's plenty to chew into already. It's a damn good game for what it is, and I'm excited to go through, you know, the rest of the story for it. Let's see. Let's actually spend a little bit here to get, That's more expensive than going to Emphis, so I'm just gonna wait for Emphis, I think, actually. Let's see. You're late? Did you miss much? What, did you... Oh, back from the break. Okay. No, you haven't missed much. I was just about to say, what, did you miss the whole stream? You missed a lot! No. If it was just from the last break, you haven't missed too much, no. Let's work those grow beds some more. That's progress, baby. And we got a bit of energy for that, hell yeah. I forgot that gives you energy if you get a real good success on it. Cool. Alright, that's this cycle done. We're gonna need to try and get, some more stabilizer soon. I mean, I No, it's the tea house. I can just afford that now, so I might as well pick it up and have it in my pocket. It's only 80. Also, if the scrap ship is here, it is. Oh, but my allowance is, all the way up. Oh, so this is I can never buy scrap ever again forever. I understand. I see, I see. What about the merchant freighter? Haggle over prices for a ship mine fragment discount. Yeah, it's interesting how the start of the game is like you do feel like a lot more vulnerable, just in terms of like, you know, falling apart, and it felt like every time I got a little bit of stabilizer that it was like a fucking gift from the heavens or whatever, and then like trying to figure out, okay, I can use it for this long, how do I try and get more soon? And then, you know, from there just sort of being like, it's less of an immediate worry, but I still do have to worry about it. It's a manageable threat, but a threat all the same, on top of everything else that I'm now trying to juggle. Oh, the allowance resets when it comes back. Okay. I thought it had already left, so I assumed that it was just for permanent like that. Let's leave. Go for, here. Those are the farm stacks, not what I want. Groves. Get, some spores. Thank you. Plant it. There we go. And now we leave him to grow. 4 cycles. Soon. We gotta wait 4 cycles as well for Feng. Haifa commune here. We're gonna grow beds. Big money, no whammies. Nice. The dirt of the beds is rich. How'd the commune manage to establish such a good biome here? You wonder on it as you work. Alright, big bonus, bit of energy, you love to see it. I just finish this right now. You can afford HRT? Fuck yeah, that's the good shit you love to hear. A bit of good news in these miserable times. The work is hard and unforgiving and frustrated. The work is hard and unforgiving and frustrated? Or should that be frustrating? I'm not sure. The bright attitude of the members irritates you. Is this place really so great? I guess we're about to find out. Did just get an achievement called Communist. You know, for maxing out rank with the commune. That's cute. Someone who joins a commune. That's fun. We got the Haifa Dorm. Commune sleeping quarters? Oh. We got another place we can rest if we just want to do a bunch of things here. I see, I see. Multiple places we can go and hang out and sleep in. Damn, we really are Citizen Sleeper, huh? Ooh, Rico. Head of the Haifa Botany. They have a really cool design. Hell yeah. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. Who are you? Oh, of course. My apologies. She offers a handshake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. Botany program?
Yeah, the plants in the Greenway are vital to Haifa's continued existence. It's important we understand them.
She lifts a tiny sample jar, yellow spores dance inside.
Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other.
Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green.
All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's a kind of miracle.
She looks at you with bright eyes.
What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they're abandoned?
They dry up.
Exactly. They run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact.
She leads you left at a crossroads.
But here, they endured.
She smiles to herself.
Actually, no. They thrived.
You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they're taking control of the place.
Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, and not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of that, his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner systems, and small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere, flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle.
With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. Alright, we have found the non-Euclidean geometry. Let's go. The station inside the station. It is every kind of green. From the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too. A rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How?
That is exactly our question.
Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in.
It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the Gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction with the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out.
She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew.
Me? Yes, you.
Rico sits on a railing.
These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old.
She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway.
Whatever's causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make my case, but I can't get the votes. You Sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much. You can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can.
Oh, you mean like talking to the botanist? Yeah, I suppose we can do that, huh? Especially if we're really good at hacking, huh? Yeah, I suppose I can help. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand.
Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they're found, the better.
I'll try.
Thank you.
She smiles.
And thank you for listening.
Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and through the passages. She's a little slower now, stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can.
It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us been here a long time, and few come through.
She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave.
Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made.
And you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible, magical green. Very interesting. Work assignment. Commune members are expected to turn up for their work assignments, and in return, their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Ooh, so we just get, like, energy back for that. Just for a dice. No chits. Ooh. And here in the lab, we can deliver spores. Asked for samples of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. Well, I was wondering if maybe this extra one would be useful for something. Rico is grateful for the contribution.
Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery. Thank you.
Aw. She's sweet. I like her. I'm excited to help her. That's all my dice for this cycle. Why not just leave here? Oh wait, complete active scenes. Is there another one somewhere? Oh, the bar! The bar! Let's fucking go! Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar.
It's ready!
She's grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, Hank Memento, for the 18-month resub.
Oh, hey, shorties, what's up?
We are about to drink that good moonshine is what's up, I think. Can I try?
Obviously!
She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses, with a few fingers of pale Girol inside, sit waiting. She smiles.
I haven't even tried it yet.
You can see she's nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table. A slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass.
Cheers,
she says solemnly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning. A sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment. Barely there. Not bad, actually. Tala raises an eyebrow.
You sure?
As promised, though.
You think?
She swirls the glass and puts it down. Yo, smallest turtle, enjoy your brand new skull.
Wait, I have an idea.
Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Girol.
Try again?
This time, the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes.
It's really good, right?
It is! Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Girol, and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up, at nothing in particular.
My father opened this place, you know?
She says out of nowhere, thought suddenly becoming words.
It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye.
You were refugees? I know. A lot of people here were. Your family?
And my father, my mother, my little brother.
She takes a drink.
They aren't around now.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother's somewhere in the starboard belt. Ran off with the salvage crew.
She puts her glass down.
He's alive, as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan. He was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kinda translated it. Hence the Overlook. These past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place.
She looks at you.
The Bantayan. What do you think?
What does it mean?
Dad said it translated to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe? Lookout?
Tala picks up her glass.
That settles it, then. To the Bantayan.
You both clink your glasses, drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth.
Ooh, still harsh.
She laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder.
Oh, Sleeper! I totally forgot!
She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with hob.
Your kitchen!
She doesn't give you time to respond.
You can come make stuff here anytime, long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm.
I need those for the Girol.
I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. I mean, the Bantayan.
She laughs.
Do you like it?
It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back.
I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here.
She grins. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged. Hey, Tala, thank you for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream today. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of the good Girol, the one she didn't distill. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye. Which after everything that's happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. Oh, the achievement for that is called Free Spirit. That's really cute. Oh, we are taking her to see Emphas. We are fucking taking her to see Emphas. We can cook mushrooms here. Ooh. And that'll give us, presumably energy back if we get any free ones. Haven't exactly mastered the art of cooking mushrooms, but a couple handfuls of fried rolls always beat expired rations. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. That was wonderful. Oh, that was really sweet. It is coming up on 10 o'clock, so if anyone does, want to dip out to go check out Wayne's stream, I'll be raiding that in a little bit, so, thanks for stopping on in. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer, though, so if you want to stick around for that, hey, we'd love to have you here. Let's go to our dorm for a bit. Actually, no. I want to... Actually, yes, I will. That's the wrong one. It's this one here. There we go. End our cycle here. dice today. We got a good one, at least. Let's use that here to get spores, and then get that sorted, as it were. Want to avoid spoilers, so you'll be taking off now? Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy your time with this game. It's a real damn good one. Here's your spores, ma'am. And here is your spores, ma'am. Thank you, thank you. And now we can talk to Rico again. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What does it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail. A selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tricoloma matsutake. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake species. Spores. Modified? Yeah, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's, of course, but that's not the point. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same. Think you gotta go Betty Buys now? Well, hey, thanks for stopping on in. I hope you have yourself a good sleep and a wonderful rest of your day. Learning fencing for the first time tomorrow? Fuck yeah. I hope that goes well. Game is full of cool folks? Sure is. Well, that's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jars if it might have something to add. Well, they're fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have and still are affecting them. Affecting them how? Hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it, the pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They're delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity. No germination. Nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly. You suddenly realize how much she's enjoying this. So, here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started doing that on my own accord. I just thought it would be fun. You see, I have this friend who really wants to cook a meal for me. Thank you, UFology, for the 20-month resub. Very much appreciated. Rico looks impressed. Well, an eager mycologist. I'd never have guessed. I assume you've set yourself up in the aviary? I've been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray.
These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry, all derives from the conditions of their growth.
She smells the cap.
Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what's happening here, and the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself or being modified, whichever the case may be.
Love my voice acting so much. Oh, I know I get that comment a lot, but every time I get it, it makes me happy. Thank you. Riko pops the Matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise.
And don't worry, Sleeper,
she says while softly chewing.
If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste.
Good on you, Grandma! Hell yeah! Take a big fucking bite. Well, we might as well do this. Get some energy back. Here we go. Assigned to work in the canteen, feeding others. The work's hard, but you enjoy sharing the effort with the other members. Hey, nice. This gives us a 3. We could possibly lose a lot of energy, but I can always just afford a meal. Big money, no whammies? Alright! Awesome! You notice a spike of activity. A vast transfer of information taking place. What is happening out there? You love to see it. You love to see it. Alright, so we gotta wait on the Conway one. We gotta wait for the tracker. We gotta wait for that to finish. We can start working on tracking Ashton. You know, etc., etc. Whole bunch of things we could be doing. We have 3 upgrade points, which means I'm taking that engineering upgrade. Thank you, Forearms Demon, for the 22-month resub. Much appreciated. Yippee. We're feeding a stray cat, now we're feeding stray grandma. What are we gonna feed next? Ourselves, motherfucker! It's my dinner time! Let's end our cycle. See what our next roles are. Not bad. Not bad. Let's go for this, now that we got the, you know, the big bonus. Not bad. Thank you, Cloud Limes, for the 18 months. Very much appreciated.
Feed the grandma.
Oh, we'll be feeding her in a bit, don't you worry. Also, Transfem, your voice acting has made me feel more confident and comfortable with my own voice. Oh, hell yeah! That always makes me happy to hear. It's, certainly a process, you know. Loving yourself. It's not necessarily something you can just snap your fingers and have solved or whatever, but, always glad to hear that folks are making progress in that regard in some way or another. Let's see. We could do a little bit more of this. Get our junior tech up. Get paid. We do need cryo. There you go. 12 cryo, system tech. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you're either called for a shift, or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do.
Hey, sleeper, wait up.
Lem's voice trembles. Oh, that's shouting.
Hey, sleeper, wait up.
Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd. You turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem!
Good to see you, friend.
He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers.
You made the work team. Good for you.
He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does.
Shh, baby, give me a second here.
He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side. Shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay?
She's good. We just had to rush up here.
He puts his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side.
Esther, who usually takes her, is sick.
He stretches.
I don't know.
A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper.
That's my number. Shit. Mina.
He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring.
Thank you.
He crouches to Mina.
You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe and...
He stands back up.
Here, take her bag.
He shoves it into your hands.
She's got food, she's got... Shit, I have to go.
He backs away into the crowd.
Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good.
Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. Thank you, Wesley, for the 25-month resub.
Ollie, you are a great narrator.
Aw, shucks, thank you. I do really enjoy reading things out to people, which is, why I like doing the Wikipedia type of streams, and doing more, narrative ready heavy games like this. I'm glad folks enjoy it. I'm just very happy that folks enjoy me because I enjoy doing it. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked behind it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn.
Take the rabbit.
You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. Oh, let's give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hands. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap.
He doesn't speak.
She says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arms and onto your shoulder where he sits! She pokes your arm a couple times.
Are you really a robot?
Not really. She thinks.
Me too.
Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust.
But before long, you're talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. Oh my god, I love her. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards.
You two get on okay?
He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. Oh! More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone.
Well, well, well. Looks like Meanie can be nice.
He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight.
Thank you, friend. I mean it.
He gives you a warm, wide smile.
I owe ya. Look,
He glances around.
it seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is gonna be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end.
He grins sheepishly.
If you have the time. But now I have to take this one to eat.
He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response. Oh!
See you, sleeper.
He waves and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. I am going to do everything in my fucking power to ensure their happiness. Ooh, now we gotta fit up here. Your work as a junior tech has qualified you to work in the team handling the final tech fit. Tech fit up on the Sidereal Horizons Bridge. A vast job. The vast colony ship is coming together block by block. Each cycle, you see another piece slot into place. Yeah, we get a 6 on that. Let's go. You spend the shift in a flow state, linking systems to systems like thread on a loom. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's neat that, like, what you start on leveling up there determines, you know, what you get to do for the next bits of it. That's really cool. Let's go back home. Feet of the cat. And we'll maybe get like 1 or 2 more cycles in before I end the stream. Any updates from the cat? Ooh, oh, we got Lem and Mina's unit. Babysitting Mina. Lem can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seemed to get along last time, and Lem's desperate. I'm gonna help. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the Sidereal Crew Lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance, alright? We are on babysitting duty. We are on babysitting duty. I'm not sure if I ever want to have kids myself. But I do think kids is real sweet. And I'm happy when kids get to be happy. I say we sunbathe a little bit. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna sunbathe a little bit. There we go. Let's... Maybe I'll just save that for 11 Mina's unit. Let's see how this goes. Oh, we got energy. Mina leads you on a winding tour of the block, chatting to the neighbors and collecting snacks. For a while, you forget about everything else. Aww. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pop stabilizer next cycle. Ooh, a lot of energy back from that. Never mind, I don't even gotta spend any on food or nothing. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back, and you two eat together. Oh! Oh, that's really sweet. I'm happy about that.
maybe a couple more cycles. Ooh, we got good rolls today. Okay, let us inject that stabilizer. There we go. We can certainly afford another one if we need another one soon, but let's just wait until we need it before we buy it, I reckon. Let's help out. Alright, there we go. Get our energy back. You love to see it. Let's see. Tambor Tea House. Get some money that way. And let's might as well finish this off. Probably. There you go. There you go.
She's asleep,
Whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched in a thin bar in the main room. The slate in front of you is still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only word Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you.
a drink.
Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the desk, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light.
Sure.
Lem nods, glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar.
Cheers.
He offers, and you clink the metal containers together.
You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around.
Lem gives you a sideways look.
I made the assembly team on the sidereal.
He grins broadly. Clearly, he's been desperate to tell you all cycle. That's amazing, dude! Lem holds up his drink.
Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here.
Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable.
How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles.
She's been doing real good.
Of course she is.
He playfully squeezes your shoulder.
She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. I'm sure she has. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me.
His eyes drift to the bedroom door. You okay? He nods.
I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine.
He gazes into the middle distance.
I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. Colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the Eye on these decrepit old shuttles.
He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler.
They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there, everyone spaced. Only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips.
He shivers.
Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. Medics treated her with me still clinging to her.
He takes a drink.
Still not sure why.
He reaches over and refills his cup. Thank you, Panda Person 13, for the 14-month resub.
I just bought this because of you.
Fuck yeah!
Say thank you for introducing me to so many new games I've now bought and love.
Hey, hell yeah. It always makes me real happy when someone is like, oh, yeah, thanks for streaming this game. I adored it. I picked it up myself and had a good time with it. I don't, like, get a kickback or anything like that. It just makes me happy knowing, oh, people enjoy the things that I share and the things I talk about. It inspires them to check it out for themselves. Makes me smile. Thank you for the 14-month resub. I appreciate it. He reaches over and refills his cup.
Now, we weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here.
You saved her.
I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but
He sighs.
she saved me. That's the truth of it.
He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights.
Me? I brought her to this. She was tiny. Too small to know what she lost. But I can't stop thinking about it.
He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness.
What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The Sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her?
I want to comfort him, but I don't want to come off as condescending. Oh! I have to think about my words carefully. You'll make it.
Sorry. I know you don't have it any better.
He looks up at his cup and pushes it away down the bar.
This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance.
Together.
That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the Sidereal Horizon out of here. To a new world.
He looks into his glass for a moment.
I think I drank this too fast.
He laughs. Lem starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash.
I need some sleep, friend.
See you around.
Alright then.
Catches your shoulder as you turn to leave.
Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us.
He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway. Thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Oh, that achievement is called Good Robot. Oh! Oh! Because we're her friend! I'm gonna fucking cry, dude! Holy shit! Oh, we got an upgrade point. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We could always go for another +1. Maybe I should save up for something else? I don't know. Maybe we can go for the Endure +1. I feel like it's fair to say our strength of will by this point has certainly, you know, gotten better. I think that's a in-character assessment in terms of upgrade that we would be getting, sort of thing. It fits. It feels correct. We can always get some more scrap. Let's buy one right now. Oh, me too. Thank you for the anonymous $30 tip. That is exceedingly generous of you. I do very much appreciate it. Alright. We ought to wait for a bunch of these to just happen. While we're doing that, I suppose we ought to find something else to do. But, I think this is a really good point to hop off until next time. So, let's end our cycle. It's pretty good rolls for next time, huh? It's pretty good rolls. I reckon, that'll be fun to play with next time. So. Alright, we just auto-saved, good. that's gonna be it for Citizen Sleeper tonight. Hopefully more next week. Probably more next week, I reckon. I don't think there'd be too much getting in the way of that. I know I have some stuff coming up just in terms of, like, meetings I gotta take with folks about projects and things. Nothing I can talk about yet. But, you know, exciting stuff coming down the pipe. Some of it bigger than others, and some of it, you know, just, hey, wouldn't it be cool to do a stream like this together? So, I hope you're all excited for stuff I can't talk about yet. But I'm sure you'll hear about a bunch of it real soon. In more specifics, at least. Yeah, this game's good as hell. Every time I play this, I find myself, like, falling, like, deeper and deeper in love with this game. I really want to check out, there was another game by this dev, and it was, like, kind of a similar UI and premise, no, not necessarily premise, but, like, UI and, like, mechanics sort of thing, but it's about, like, exploring the ocean, I think. That sounds like it could also be a really interesting play. I want to check that out at some point. But that will be it for our stream tonight. I don't believe we have any fan art. I'll double check. Looks like we don't. That's all right. I'm gonna keep our outros and stuff short. So I will get the music on, and I will say that that's gonna be it for our stream tonight. Man, I love this game. Gives me chills in the best possible ways. I am so excited to see what else is gonna be going on out there in Erland's Eye. And I cannot wait to share it with all of yous. Thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. Thank you all for the subs, the tips, the bits. Your generosity always does mean a whole hell of a lot to me. Thanks for liking the stream enough to toss a couple of bones my way, and thanks for helping to keep the lights on. Thank you as well to everyone who shared the stream around today. Thank you for all the hosts and raids that we had. Thank you for all the follows we had today. Again, anyone new who stopped on by. And thank you all very much for tuning in. You know, whether you're here for just a bit or you stuck around for the whole stream, whether you only jumped in at the start or you just made it right now at the end, whether you've been having a good time in the chat or you've just been lurking, keeping to yourself, whether you're catching this live or you're checking out the VOD, shoutouts to the VOD watchers, by the way. No matter when, where, or how you tune into these streams, it's always wonderful to have you here. So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to spend it here with us. I'm gonna be Raiden Wayne. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the energy to join in on the Jackbox tonight, but regardless, it's gonna be a real good time. You should go and check it out. If you're sticking around, I hope you have a wonderful time. I hope you enjoy the TKO. I'm gonna be live tomorrow with a double feature. Thank you, Pyra, for the 16 months right at the end. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna be live tomorrow with a double feature stream. I'll be live sometime in the morning, early afternoon. We're gonna get some Monster Hunter Rise in. It's gonna be a fun time. And then I'm gonna take a bit of a break. Thank you, Fick. I'm gonna mute the alerts. I'm sorry, but thank you for the resub. And then in the evening, after a bit of a break, we're gonna come back with some Hard Space Shipbreaker. Maybe I'll see you then. Or maybe I'll see you around some other time. But no matter what happens before we head off, I'd just like to say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves and taking care of the folks around you. And I hope to see you again soon.